Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
test this thing called stun silence.
That's yeah. It's worth a try though. It's up to you, though.
I mean, I can factor in maybe 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
We can do that.
I'm happy because you're just telling me that I just need to make sure if I'm going to do it, I do it inside the presentation
Should we
time.
do it at the 5 minutes at the end?
5 minutes, okay.
We have cards.
Uh-huh.
Did you want me to hold them up for you so that you have a 15 minutes till the end, 10 minutes till the end?
I'm normally pretty good. If you just show me a 5 minute.
5 minutes.
Everyone? Hopefully you can hear me. This is just for the streaming. Hopefully I'm not that quiet. Thanks very much for choosing to come to this session. As Kev Moore said in the brief, if you do have an interest in the other sessions, they are all being streamed and you can look them up beyond as many times as you like, because they'll all be available there on YouTube. So this session you can see on the board. Really happy to say that we've got Major Pat Burgess here today. I'm going to stop talking in a sec and hand over, but we're here for an hour session with a Q&A at the end, and then either Courtney or I will jump back on and let you know where we are in the programme and where to go on. That's enough for me. I'll hand over to Pat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Hey, lovely to see people in a room. I've been doing a lot of stuff via Zoom and a lot of stuff via Teams, and it's very nice to be able to actually share space in a room to discuss this very misunderstood subject, which is mindfulness. Firstly, can I just do some really boring admin stuff? Mobile phones, if you've got them on you, can you please make sure they're switched to silent or to off? It may have already been done before, I just want to make sure. Because there are times during this talk, which is a very unusual talk, by the way, where I'll need your complete undivided attention, okay? Because we are going to do some practicing here today, okay, of mindfulness. So I'm going to need your undivided attention in a couple of areas during the talk, just for your awareness. It is interactive. It is about mindfulness, but you'll notice no tie-dye, okay? No dreads. There's no whale music, I can guarantee, and all the things that I ask you to do, you can do from the comfort of your own chairs, and you can keep your footwear on too. All right, so that should hopefully set everybody's mind at ease, because my role is to make mindfulness accessible to everybody, because it is a hugely accessible tool, but it's just very misunderstood. So if I was a bus driver, and you were on the bus, you all coming for a journey with me? Everyone happy to come on a journey? Okay, what I need from you, more than anything, is open minds, because I am going to challenge assumptions, beliefs, understandings as I go through this talk. I don't expect you to agree with me and completely buy into everything I say. This is just me sharing my point of view with you, but most of all, open minds. And where I ask you to take part in the practice, if you take part in the practice, I absolutely guarantee that you will realize the benefits of it when you do so. So, without further ado, about 55 minutes to go. I'm only kidding. The reason I do that at the start of these talks is just so that you can get the idea of how we decide mindfulness is, how we've already decided what we think mindfulness is. There's a couple of reasons. Firstly is, number one, hopefully the person that's booked me is now a little bit nervous because they think that I'm going to be doing lots of stuff like this. But secondly, it's judgment. People decide what they think mindfulness is and they judge mindfulness and have a certain perspective on it. It really is accessible to everybody. And it really is a tool that can empower you holistically throughout your whole life. Now, does anybody practice mindfulness in the room? Okay, fabulous. Does anyone want to give me oh, sorry, this is interactive, by the way, as well. So I'm going to interact with you as an audience, and hopefully you'll be able to come back with some answers as well. So does anyone have a sort of definition of mindfulness? Being mindful of your mind. So aware of your mind, would that be fair to say?
Yeah, to be aware.
Yeah, be aware of what you're thinking, yeah? Yeah. To be in the moment. Brilliant, yeah. Any others? To stop and smell the coffee. Nice. Okay, I'm going to give you two definitions. First one was from a guy called John Kabat-Zinn. Some people may be aware of him. He's the guy that brought mindfulness from the east to the west. So he went and studied Buddhism, and he realized that within the Noble Eightfold Path, there was a thing called right mindfulness. He brought it back to the west and put it into a clinical setting. So at the University of Massachusetts Hospital, he set up this thing called the Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction Clinic. And he would teach an 8-week course on mindfulness-based stress reduction. So upstairs in the hospital, you would have people suffering from common psychological disorders. And if they were unable to make a therapeutic relationship with their clinician, or the clinician was unable to help them in any way, shape, or form, they'd send them down to the basement. And John Kabat-Zinn would put them on his 8-week course. The results were astonishing. People were healing themselves. With the skills and the tools that were being provided by John Kabat-Zinn, people were taking responsibility for their own illness and healing themselves. So it's only right that he, the founding father of all of the mindfulness courses you'll see in the West, they're all based on his MBSR program, should start with his definition, which is paying attention to the present moment, on purpose, non-judgmentally. Paying attention to the present moment, on purpose, non-judgmentally. So that sounds quite simple, paying attention. Hopefully you're all doing that now. To the present moment, when's that? When's the present moment? Now. Do you know that very few people spend any time in the present moment? They spend nearly all their time wrapped up inside their imaginations and never really paying any attention to what's happening in the present moment right now. And we'll talk more about that as we go through. On purpose. Paying attention on purpose. There's a purpose behind it. That means there's some form of discipline involved here. Non-judgmentally. Good luck with that. You're human beings. We put things into categories very, very quickly, and we judge quite quickly. Good, bad, friend, foe. Or anything that we think can harm us. We put all these things into categories very quick, and that's how they say we've made it to the top of the food chain. It all depends on your perspective of the food chain, I guess. But we are very judgmental, hence the bit at the front, at the start, when you get down in that position, to enable you to consider, who is this person talking? A lot of people may think I'm a left-wing tree-hugging hippie from Glastonbury. 3 out of 4 of those are accurate as well. And as we go through, if we get time at the end, I'll tell you which ones are true and which ones are not. So that's John Kabat-Zinn's. So you can see mindfulness is not as easy as you might think. There's more to it. Because I deliver this talk around defence, and because I deliver it, I've been into prison with it, just to do the brief, I wasn't incarcerated, into schools and various other places. I've changed and created my own definition, which runs through this talk. It's the basis of this talk. So mindfulness to me is your mind, your body, same place, same time, same focus. Your mind and your body in the same place at the same time, focused on the same thing. How often are your minds and your bodies in the same place at the same time? If you're like the majority of the population, that's a very rare experience, because we spend nearly all our times, as I said before, trapped in here, inside our imaginations, and not paying any attention to this phenomenal, not just mine, which is fairly phenomenal, but yeah, everyone's got one, body, which is the host, this amazing body. Key difference between the two. The body, incapable of lying. Tells you the truth. Every bit of feedback you get off the body is accurate. Your mind, now that lies to you every single day. It tells you you're not good enough, tells you you're not strong enough, tells you you're not clever enough, tells you you're not good looking enough, tells you lots of things about yourself which are not necessarily true. Thoughts are not facts. They are just mental events. And mindfulness enables us to get the balance between this phenomenal instrument, the body, and the mind, and to bring them into balance with one another, and to create this thing called stasis, so we can actually see what's going on in the world around us, instead of what our mind is telling us is happening. So that's why I deliver this talk and go around defense. Now, I stumbled upon mindfulness whilst doing my degree in psychology, and I read a book by a guy called Eckhart Tolle. Has anyone ever heard of Eckhart Tolle? Yeah, got a couple, yeah. The book, The Power of Now. That book, if you haven't read it, I recommend it. I don't get any royalties. That book absolutely rocked my world, changed my aspect on life. I thought I knew what was going on until I read that book. But he talks about being on a train in London. So firstly, establish a frame of reference. Has everybody been on a train before? Yeah? Okay, I just need to make sure. I mustn't assume. Okay, so has everybody been on an underground train before? Okay, or see, do you know what it looks like? Have you seen it on TV enough to know what it would be like to be on an underground train? So picture Eckhart Tolle on the underground train in London, pre-pandemic, packed commuter train, holding onto the thing above his head, trying to stay upright, desperately trying not to touch the people around him, which is what most people are doing. I mean, there's always the odd one or two, but nearly everybody is trying desperately not to touch anyone next to them, or even make eye contact with one another. And sat over in the corner is a lady. She's a bit dishevelled and scruffy by appearance, and she's having a conversation. And she's talking really, really quietly. And she gets really, really loud. And then she gets really, really agitated and angry. And then she gets really, really calm and happy. And she's moving from subject to subject to subject. Angry, agitated, calm, loud, quiet. No rhyme nor reason behind any of this conversation. And she's having this conversation with just herself. So people are starting to try and create some space in this already packed commuter train around this woman. Create some space for her. The train stops at the next stop. Nearly everybody exits that carriage. It's not even their stop. Does anyone know what was wrong with that woman? Does anyone have any ideas? What could be wrong? Nothing? So that's good. This is what I like. I always get two very clever answers when I go through this. The first one is she's just very intelligent and she wants some space on the train. I like it, but no, not in this case. The second one is that I always get told, oh, she's on the phone. She's just got her pods in. No, not in this case either. Okay, so once we've got those two out of the way, has anyone got any other ideas what might be wrong with this woman? No, her, not them. So what's actually wrong with the woman? They've all left the train. What's making her do the things that she does? Hello? Yeah. She's working on her own demons in her own way. Okay, we'll come back to that. I mean, I often get answers just to tie you along the line. Some people say maybe Tourette's. Some people say maybe psychosis. Some people say she could be paranoid. Could be anxious. The reason I highlight this, or it depends on the audience and whether people pick that up, is because we're much more aware of mental ill health than we ever were before. And we're so much more aware because we're educated about it now that we often can almost diagnose whilst watching somebody's behaviour and go, that might be what's wrong with that person. So that's why I raise it, and that's just a big champion. It's great that we're starting to understand these things, because when I was young, we only had one 3-letter word to encapsulate all of that. And because I'm that little bit advanced in my years, I'm going to use it. So everybody on that train looked at that woman and thought she was mad. Because in the difference between her and them, they thought she was acting out of the norm. So they thought she was mad. What's the difference between her and you? What is she doing that you don't? She's vocalizing her thoughts, because I would argue that inside your heads every day you have multiple different conversations going on with multiple voices. Some of them are loud, some of them are quiet, some of them are angry, some of them are calm, some of them are agitated, and there's very little rhyme nor reason between them. Constantly going on in your head every day. She vocalizes, you don't. Who's mad? We're all a little bit crazy. The lunatic has taken over the asylum. The mind is running the show. And this doesn't have to be the case. We can control our minds. It's ours. Mindfulness is a very simple set of skills that you can learn to enable you to regain control of that phenomenal instrument. Now, this talk comes with 2 news flashes. First one, newsflash minor, I'm going to deliver to you in about 3 or 4 seconds' time. No, it'd be longer than that. But the second one that I'm going to deliver to you later on in the talk, I'm going to deliver a sentence later that could change your lives forever. It is so powerful, it could change the way you view and perceive your world forever. Now, I'm not delivering that now. That's my hook to keep you in the room. I'll deliver that later on. But the first sentence is still very important. You are not your mind. You are not your mind. Your mind is a tool for you to use. You own it. It does not own you. You can control it. It does not control you. Unfortunately, the majority of the population think that the mind is in charge of them and are completely unaware of how to control it. Now, I'm not belittling the mind in any way. Please don't get me wrong. This mind is the most powerful instrument that's ever been created. You can build with it, plan with it, create with it, imagine with it. You can do all sorts of phenomenal things with it. In fact, it is so powerful that it contains your entire universe. That is how powerful your mind is. But you own it. It doesn't own you. You can control it. It doesn't have to control you. And I'm going to take you through a practice in a moment, after I've led you into it, just to show you how easy it can be to control your mind. Some very simple steps to bring it under your control. But we're going to have to do a practice first. So I'm going to lead you into the practice with a scenario, because I like to talk. You might be getting used to the idea of that now. And then once I've led you into the scenario, then we're going to go into the practice and take it really, really simply. Now, in a moment, what I want you to do is to imagine that you're a cat. Meow! That's me being a cat. Do you see that? That's like watching a lambda-trained actor burst on the stage and get into role immediately in front of your eyes. People pay thousands for that, and you got that for free, just in case you missed it. Meow! That's me being a cat, right? And the cat is at a mouse hole. What's the cat doing at a mouse hole? Why is he there? Waiting for a mouse. What's he going to do when the mouse comes out? Kill it? What's the action? Pounce. Fabulous. Thank you very much. In a moment, I want you to be a cat, sorry. Ready to pounce on your mouse. But the mouse for you is the very first thought that pops into your head. Okay, that's the over-explanation bit over, you'll be pleased to know. I'm now going to make it really, really simple. What I'm going to ask you to do in a moment is to all close your eyes. Not right now, in a moment. And then I want you to wait for the very first thought to pop into your head. And when it pops into your head, I want you to spring your eyes open like you're the cat that caught the mouse. I don't want to know the content. Genuinely, I don't want to know the content. I just want you to close your eyes, and when the first thought pops into your head, just spring your eyes open. Is everybody happy with the instructions? Okay, everybody close your eyes. When the first thought pops into your head, spring your eyes open. If you're sleeping, it doesn't count. And if you heard my voice, there's a really good chance you had a thought. And if you haven't already done so, please open your eyes. What normally happens in the first 5 to 10 seconds is everybody's eyes spring open, and that's quite slow. You're doing something unusual. You're watching your thoughts. Harvard University claimed that we have 60,000 thoughts a day going through our head. 60,000 thoughts a day going through our head. They've put a percentage on how many of those thoughts are productive. And by productive, I mean the thought leads to a product, an outcome, something tangible. Anyone like to hazard a guess what the percentage is of useful, productive thoughts going around your head every day? 3, pretty low. Less than 1. 0.5. It's like a game show. Higher, lower. Anyone want to go above like 3? 3 is the highest I've got at the moment. So the highest I've got at the moment is 3. Are we happy with that in the room? Firstly, self-reflection time. You're saying that 97% of your thoughts every day are completely wasted? That's quite an interesting thing to be aware of. Harvard actually claimed that 40% of your thoughts are productive. Now, before we all congratulate ourselves on being so clever, I think Harvard are talking about themselves because they think they're clever. I would like to say that we're closer to 10%, probably 10% of our thoughts every day are productive thoughts, and the rest, as you've already identified, a wasted psychological activity. Now, the interesting thing about psychological activity and physiological activity, the mind and the body are two sides of the same coin. Everything that happens in the mind has an effect in the body, everything that happens in the body has an effect on the mind. So if you're wasting 90% of your psychological activity, that is also having an effect on your body physiologically. Because we live in a current society where a lot of the input that we're receiving through the media, through all of the mediums of the things that we interact with, is quite negative. And that creates a change in our bodies too, because if we hear something terrible is happening over the other side of the world, it will change our heart rate, it will change our breathing. And if we're starting to worry about things that might happen in the future, it changes the way our physiology is. We almost go into fight, flight, and freeze response just based on thoughts. So 90% physiological activity is also being wasted going into fight, flight, and freeze. Now, if a bear walked out in front of you in Bovington, like jumped out in front of you on the street, you would immediately go into fight, flight, or freeze without needing to use your mind, your brain, or anything to do it. It would be an automatic survival response. And you would therefore discharge that energy. If you do it by a thought, there's no way of discharging the energy. And it gets trapped inside the body. And the more it happens, the more it builds up, and it can make people quite ill in the end. Again, the reasoning that mindfulness is such a clever and useful skill to own. Such an amazing capability, because let's get off the bus, get off the train, and let's put ourselves into our cars on our way into work. Hold on, another assumption. Everybody drive? No? Do you know what it's like to be in a car, though, on a journey? Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so let's go into it, get into a car now on our way to work, right? And we're late for work. Okay, so we're in a car and we're on our way to work in the morning and we're late. We're going to be about 5 minutes late. Now, I've had a little look around this room and I can tell that you're all law-abiding citizens. I can also tell that you're all keen, conscientious drivers. So you're late for work, but you're on a dual carriageway and it's got a central reservation, which means there's a 70 miles per hour speed limit, but you're not going to break that speed limit. Even though you know you're late for work, you're conscientious, well-behaved drivers, so you're keeping to your 70 miles an hour. And then a sign comes up. Roadworks ahead. 2 lanes going into 1. Again, conscientious, like I've said, law-abiding citizens. So you have a little look in your mirror and you think the only way to make this work is if we all come into 1 lane and then we flow through there and there'll be no bottlenecks, it'll all be nice and easy. So you indicate left and move into the inside lane. And you look in your mirror, your rear view mirror, nearly everyone's doing the same as you, so you're feeling quite good about that, congratulating yourselves and them. Then you have a little look in your wing mirror. You see a car pulls out from the inside lane, right at the back, and is racing down the outside lane to get ahead of everybody else. You might notice your fists starting to clench on the steering wheel. Your heart rate might have changed a bit, your breathing. You do a quick time and motion study and realize that by the time you arrive at the intersection of those 2 lanes, that car and you will come at the same time. You'll be there at the same time. I'm not letting them in. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let them in. How dare they be so rude? Everybody else is behaving. Everybody else is playing the game. That car, oh no, thinks they can get ahead of it. There's no way I'm letting them in. Not a chance. Heart rate's now going up. Breathing's getting a little bit faster. You were right. At the time of intersection, that car arrives, but it gets there just before you and cuts across in front of you, causing you to dab your brakes. Rage is the only word I can use to explain how you were feeling at that moment in time. Absolutely furious. How dare that car pull across in front of me? How dare it go down the outside lane when everyone else is behaving themselves, beeping your horn, gesticulating out the window, deciding what I'm going to catch up with that car. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. I might even drag him out the car and beat them to a pulp. All of this is going on, like this rage is enveloping you, all this anger rising in front of you, right inside you. What if I was to tell you that the anger you're experiencing actually only lasts for a fraction of a second? The emotion that you're generating moves in waves, and it only lasts for a very short period of time. The only thing that keeps it alive is the story that you tell it about how unfair that is. How dare they do such a thing? Why would they do that? I can't believe they'd be so. I'm going to get after them. I'm going to chase them. All you're doing at this moment in time is putting fuel on a fire. Loading it, and the more fuel you put on, the brighter and brighter it blazes. Interesting thing about fire. The very first thing it consumes, the vessel that it starts in. So the only person that's getting hurt at that moment in time is you. As you flood your body with toxins, rage and anger, and it's all internal, and the only person that's getting any pain is you. Another interesting thing about this feeling of rage, because you've gone into fight, flight, and freeze, fight in this case, when you go into any one of those 3, you lose 2 vital parts of your brain function. You lose the prefrontal cortex, which is the appropriate decision-making part, and you also lose access to the memory. So all of this happening in that split second. I'm about to teach you a technique that can take you out of that in really short order, to bring us back and to establish some kind of stasis and balance. Now I'm going to give you some really simple instructions, and then I'm just going to ask you to follow me through a practice. Like I said at the start of this, if you do this, if you carry out the practice and give it a go, I guarantee that you will experience the benefits of the practice. If it's not your thing though, just feel free to just sit quietly and allow me to talk through it. That's cool. As long as you're not nudging the person next to you, that'll be fine. Okay, super job. So, slight change of posture. So feet planted firmly on the ground. But I want you to sit forward in your chairs if it's at all possible. What I want to see is a posture of dignified attention. So we're falling awake, not falling asleep. Our heads are up, not forehead up. It's like you've got a bit of string attached to the top of the head. Arms and shoulders are nice and relaxed. And your hands can be in your lap or wherever they're comfortable or crossed. Makes no difference where they are as long as that part of you is relaxed but you're upright. There's a reason behind the posture. Very important reason behind the posture. When your body tells your mind that it's paying attention, that it's awake, your body, your mind will respond by paying attention. If your body slouches back into a chair, your mind will slouch too, and then just go off on its normal ramblings. So it's very important that we maintain this posture. So this posture, and if you're comfortable, I'd like you to close your eyes, and I'm going to talk you through a practice. If you're not comfortable with your eyes closed, just adopt a soft focus just in front of you as we turn our attention to our breathing. So where the air is coming in through the nose or the mouth. The contact with the back of the throat. The rise and the fall of the chest. And the rise and the fall of the abdomen, the belly. All of our attention focused on our breathing, not trying to breathe. Your body has been breathing without your input for your entire life. Become the observer of the physical feelings and sensations of breathing as you notice where the air comes in through the nostrils or the lips. If it's coming in through the nostrils, it might be coming more at the left nostril than the right. It might be an equal flow. As it bypasses the lips and goes into the mouth, if you're breathing through the mouth, past the teeth and the tongue. Then there's that contact with the back of the throat. And then as the lungs fill, the chest starts to rise, the belly pushes out. And at the end of the in-breath, there's a slight space, a gap. And then the reverse of the process happens. As the lungs empty, the belly and the chest flatten, and the slightly warmer air exits via the nostrils or the mouth. And then there's another slight gap, and the whole process happens all over again. All of your attention focused there. Now your mind will want to distract you. Things that may have happened earlier on today, things that might happen later on, things that may be happening in the room around you. When you notice that your mind is doing that, don't give yourself a hard time, but just guide your attention back to the physical feelings and sensations, specifically now in the area of the belly, the abdomen, and aware of it as it rises and falls in conjunction with your breath. All of your attention there, maybe gurgling, may just be the touch of the belly against the clothing as it rises and falls. And on the next out breath, we're going to send our attention down through the hips, down through the legs, and all the way down to where our feet are in contact with the floor. Noticing that contact, that touch between your feet, through your footwear, and the floor. You might start to notice a tingling sensation in your feet. You might notice heat or cold. You might just be aware of the contact with your feet, socks and footwear. And even if you're aware of none of those things, as long as you're aware of the location of your feet in relation to the rest of your body without looking, as long as you can feel your feet, then that's enough. Again, your mind will want to distract you and guide you elsewhere. And if it does it 100 times, gently guide it back under your control 100 times as we leave the feet behind, travel up through the legs to where our backsides are in contact with the seat, the cushion of the chair that you're sat on. Aware of the downward pressure that gravity is exerting on you to keep you in place on the planet, to stop you flying out into space. Feeling that pressure down through your body, right the way down to where the two sit bones, one on each cheek, are contacting through the skin, the surface of the chair. All of your attention there. Again, the mind, like a child or a puppy, will be tugging at your sleeve, trying to get your attention to something that it thinks is more interesting or exciting. When you notice, and noticing is the key, just smile gently and guide your attention back to the physical feelings and sensations as we leave the backside behind. Travel up through the spine, across the shoulders, and down through the arms and into the super sensitive hands. One of the most sensitive parts of the body. You may start to feel a tingling sensation from the palms of your hand through the tips of your thumbs and fingers. Again, you may feel heat or cold, or the contact of hand on hand or hand and leg. And again, if nothing, as long as you're aware of the location of your hands without looking, as long as you can feel them, that's enough. And if you notice the mind trying to distract you again, when you notice, no judgment, just smile gently and guide it back as we leave the hands behind and travel to the outer extremities of the body, the skin. Feeling where our skin comes into contact with our clothing and the outside air. That subtle touch of fabric on skin and temperature change against the exposed skin. Aware of the space that your body inhabits, noticing its edges. And again, aware of the mind if it's trying to distract you. And guiding it gently back with a smile when you notice, as we leave the skin behind and travel back into the hands. And from the hands to the backside. And from the backside down through the legs to the feet. And the feet back up through the legs to the abdomen. The rise and the fall of the chest. The in-breath and the out-breath. And in a moment, I'm going to ask you to open your eyes, and when I do, just bring that feeling of inhabiting the body into the room as we open our eyes and we end the practice. And open your eyes. How was that? Hopefully that was relaxing. You may have noticed a change in your heart rate, a change in your breathing as it all starts to calm down. That's how the human body should feel at rest. That's the balance between body and mind, is stasis. The mind is no longer agitating you and telling you that stuff's happening that the body feels it needs to react to. You bring them into balance with one another, that status, and that's what rest should feel like. Very few people have the opportunity to experience that level of rest, but it's our natural resting state. Did everyone notice their minds, though? Trying to take their attention away elsewhere as we were going through. Some cultures call it the monkey mind, some call it the runaway elephant, some call it the runaway horse. There's one thing for sure, those 60,000 thoughts are a very powerful pull. Did you all, though, if only for a fraction of a second, were you all able to bring your mind under your control and focus it on the part of the body I was talking about? It may well have gone away straight afterward, but were you all able to achieve it, at least to focus attention on the part of the body? Well then, congratulations, you bunch of hippies, because you just meditated. That is the principle of meditation. Your mind, your body, same place, same time, same focus. Your mind was trying to take you somewhere else. You noticed it. You brought it back under your control and focused it on a part of the body. It tried to go away again. You noticed, brought it back again. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. The more and the more you do it, the easier and the easier it becomes. And then you gain this incredible thing between stimulus and reaction. The stimulus being the thought, the reaction being the sensations in the body. And in between them, there's this thing called peace. And I don't know anyone who ain't just looking for a little bit of peace. Will my mind shut up for a couple of minutes, please, and give me a little bit of peace and quiet? And you can achieve that by practicing this particular thing. Now, it's called practicing for a reason. It's not easy, but the more and the more you do it, the easier it becomes. I want you to imagine where you walk through a field, you open the gate, and no one's ever trampled on the grass before, and you walk across the grass, and you turn around and have a look behind you, and you'll see a very faint trace where you've walked. If you keep walking backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards across the same piece of grass, you'll eventually create a pathway. It's exactly what happens in your brain when you carry out repetitive activity like this meditation practice. You create new neural pathways via neuroplasticity. And the more you do it, the easier it is to get into the state of calm and relaxation. So it does take practice and discipline, but the results are phenomenal. Now, I said you could do this in the car. Don't close your eyes. Whatever you do, that could be fatal. But you can, in that situation, when you can feel those thoughts and that rage rising, start to pay attention to your body. Where are my hands? They're on the steering wheel. Where's my backside? It's on the seat. Where are my feet? They're on the pedals. I'm inside a car and I'm perfectly safe. I am not in a need to fight. Then you break the chain between the stimulus and the reaction. Stasis is allowed to happen, and then you have access to your prefrontal cortex and your memory. Suddenly, we can make appropriate responses. And we might realize that chasing after that car and dragging that person out and giving them a piece of our mind is a bad idea, because it could be someone rushing somebody to hospital. It could just be someone like you that's late for work. Let's not say you've never done it before. Or it could be Mike Tyson. And then it'd be a really bad move. Okay, so getting that appropriate response back and that ability is important. So there's a freebie, like a great technique that you can take away with you. And it's not just useful for in cars. If anyone does further education, study, turn over the page of your exams. You're sat in exam conditions, you turn over the page, read the first line, first question. I have absolutely no idea what question is asking me. I've been studying this subject for about the last 6 months, and I've never seen that question before. What's actually happening there is you've gone into freeze mode because you're petrified by some writing on a piece of paper. I just want to run that by you again. You're petrified by some writing on a piece of paper, and it's put you into survival mode. Quick contact point meditation. Close your eyes. Breathing, feet, backside, hands, skin, back in the opposite direction, stasis re-established, open your eyes, look at the question again, you will have the answer. I guarantee it, because you're out of freeze mode. It's not a shortcut to revision, by the way. You still have to do the revision first to put the information in there, but it's a skill that you can use. And anything in life that's a challenge, anything that you decide is a challenge, like going to the doctors, going to the dentist, anything that you can see in front of you that you're worried about, it's just your mind telling you a story and agitating you. You can use that contact point meditation to re-establish balance and bring you into the present moment. The sentence. Do you remember I said I was going to deliver you a sentence? Not like a life sentence, but a statement that is so powerful that it could change the way you view your life forever. I deliver this talk all over, as I've said, and I go to the Army School of Music, so CAMUS, Corps of Army Musicians, and stood up on the stage up there delivering. And I often used to say before I delivered it, if I had a set of drums, I would do a drum roll before I delivered this sentence because it's so important. And I looked behind me, and on the stage was a full percussion set. So I jumped up onto the stage and got behind the kettle drums, gave him a good drum roll before I delivered this sentence, because this genuinely is such a powerful and important sentence. Have I got your attention yet? I hope so. If you're going to fall asleep at any stage during my talk, not right now, okay? This is the biggie, all right? This is the signature moment, all right? Is everyone ready? Whew, okay, I have to build myself up. Take some delivery, this does. Okay, right. I'm ready. You look ready. Okay. You only live now. You look underwhelmed by that statement. You only live now. Right now, right this second, is the only second you can possibly live. Nothing happens outside of this present moment. It is physically impossible. The future is a figment of your imagination, and you create it. The past is just your perception of events that have been. Now, that's not to say that you weren't there, but when you were, it was in the present moment. When you look back on it, it's just your perception of the events that have been, and don't be surprised if it differs from somebody else's. You only live right now, right here, right this moment. Admittedly, it's an evolving moment that moves with you throughout your entire life, but it's only ever now. It's impossible not to be in the now. Now, that does take a little bit of mind bending, so I'm going to help you. We'll start with the past. There was a fantastic experiment carried out at City University in London. They brought in a load of postgraduate students and they sat them down behind computers to do psychometric tests, which is like hand-eye coordination and response to stuff happening on a screen. So they're carrying out their psychometric tests. And at lunchtime, the tutor comes in and says, because you've been such great students, we're going to take you to the pub for lunch to celebrate. Obviously pre-pandemic, and everyone's like, woo, really excited. This is where the real experiment's about to happen. So they all go down to the pub. They enter the pub, and they're all sat round in a horseshoe shape, like a semicircle with a perfect view of the bar. They've all ordered their food, and they're just having a natter with one another. As I've said, this is where the real experiment's about to happen. So they're having a chat. Two not-so-gentle gentlemen walk into the pub that have an altercation with one another, which turns into a full-blown fight. I am talking 8 minutes of frantic physical activity. There were teeth, elbows, fists, heads, knees, the works, all going into this massive scuffle. Everybody in that group has got a perfect view of what's going on. Inside their group, there was a stooge that's been planted. They've just got to say one word in the middle of the fight. Knife. That's all they do. The fight finishes. The two not-so-gentle gentlemen leave the pub, and the police immediately burst onto the scene and segregate everybody for eyewitness interviews. Not one person told the same story as the person next to them about the fight. There were subtle differences in everybody's recount of what had happened. Some people even said there was a knife present when there wasn't. You're watching the same brief, but you're all seeing something slightly different to the person next to you, because unless you're siblings or family related, you have a different biological upbringing. Unless you come from the same house and the same street, went to the same school, you have a different environmental upbringing. And if even those two things are accurate, you've all experienced different things to the people next to you. And so you have a different experiential upbringing. So it changes the way you view your world. And I'm narrowing on purpose. Because you see the world through your eyes based on your biology, your environment, and your experiences. So going back to the fight in the pub then, who was telling the truth? Correct. They were all telling the truth. They were telling their truth. There's a fabulous saying, there is no such thing as truth. There is only perspective. Your perspective. And when you look back on the past events, you are just looking at your version of events, and don't be surprised if it differs from other people's. So that's the past. Moving to the future. Wake up in the morning, toothpaste on the toothbrush, brushing the teeth. Manual, electric. I used to do that for fun. That's my own visual humour, just to keep myself entertained. So whilst brushing our teeth in the morning, though, and looking in the mirror, what else are we doing? What else is normally happening at this time? Now, don't say squats. Some people have said that they do squats whilst doing that as well, which I think is a bit strange. But what else is happening? Planning your day. Brilliant. Okay, so you start planning and thinking about what's going to happen that day. Anyone play movies in their own head where they're in the starring role? You know, sort of, I'm going to have this meeting with someone. There might be a bit of an altercation. I might get a bit agitated. There might be some chest poking, heart rate changes, breathing changes. And then I'm going to meet someone I haven't seen for ages. I can't wait to meet him. I love him. It's been so long. It's wonderful. You get flooded by these lovely feelings. All of this going on inside here whilst brushing your teeth in the morning. I'm amazed anyone ever makes it out the bathroom in the morning. But if you had the presence of mind to wipe away the toothpaste and to write down each thing you thought was going to happen that day, the way you thought it was going to happen, and the outcomes, and then came back in the evening to have a look at that list, how many of those things would be accurate? It would be a very small percentage, if any at all, because the future is a figment of your imagination. You create it. So, if the future is a figment of your imagination and you create it, and the past is just your perception of events that have been, and you only live now, right here, right this second, is the only second you can possibly live, who's got any problems? Nobody. We create them for ourselves. Now, that's not to say we don't meet challenging circumstances throughout our lives. We do. But when we meet them in the present moment. and we go round them, through them, under them, over them, however it takes to overcome that problem. No one in this room has experienced an issue, a problem that they've been unable to overcome, because otherwise you wouldn't be in the room. The issue arises when we decide that there's a problem in front of us in the future, forecasting with our imagination, and then we search for a reference point to what that's going to be like, and the only place we can go? The past. So we go to the past to find something that matches that, and all we're constantly doing is throwing past experiences in front of us and constantly reliving the past and never experiencing the only moment we've been given, that novel, single moment. That saying that history repeats itself? Of course it does. We keep bloody making it repeat itself because we're constantly throwing the past in front of us and constantly deciding that our day is going to be a certain way. Now, my wife wakes up in the morning, opens the curtains, and if it's a rainy day, she turns to me and she says, God, it's a miserable day out there. And I wait for the response, which is normally a slap, when I respond and say, the weather is just the weather, my dear. It's you that's bloody miserable. Now, I've been married for nearly 30 years, which is a miracle all on its own. But the point is, weather's just weather. The rain just rains. It doesn't have an intention. It doesn't have a mood. It is just rain. If it didn't rain, nothing would grow. The sun is not beautiful, wonderful, or glorious. It's just the sun. It shines. If you've been to Australia during bushfire season, I can tell you now, the sun is not beautiful, glorious, or wonderful. But we place the labels and the judgments on the things in our lives and then decide they're going to be a certain way. If you wake up in the morning and it's raining and it's a miserable day, how do you reckon your day's going to go? We have the control, the ability to control that. Now, I'm not talking positive psychology in the terms of, God, it's a gorgeous day, I'm so handsome, and this is going to be amazing. I'm not talking that, okay? Genuinely not, because that is creating a polar opposite. Life doesn't work on continuums. It doesn't work on like one side and another side. It works in cycles. So if you reach the end of a cycle, it's going to overbalance and then create a cycle. I'm talking about seeing what's actually there. I'm talking about removing the labels and the judgments and actually seeing what is happening in the present moment. And when you do that, you will be truly astonished by what you see. This life is phenomenal. It is incredible. You cannot write the script. You wake up one morning and you're surrounded by stuff. You're not even present at your birth. Who remembers? You wake up one morning, you're surrounded by stuff in an environment that works everything out for itself. The sun shines, it rains, things grow, things eat the things that grow, we eat the things that eat the things that grow, and all this is happening without our input in this body, this phenomenal vessel that is so complex. It breathes for us, it does everything for us, and even if you cut it, it heals itself. And we miss it. We miss it every single day, forecasting into a future or going back into a past and missing the actual experience of life. I mean, I'll use an example of a meeting. If people are going to go and meet someone somewhere and they have to travel through an outside space to get to that meeting, for example, on their way, nearly all of their time spent inside here thinking about what the meeting is going to be like, who they're going to be sat next to, what are the points that they've got to get across, what are the other people likely to say, and as they sort of work their way through that meeting, then they get into the meeting itself, they're not there, they're gone. They're going on to the next meeting, or what's going to happen this evening for tea, or where am I going at the weekend, and very little time spent in that present moment, constantly forecasting away from it. What is wrong with now? What is wrong with this present moment? It's the only moment you ever get. There literally is no rehearsal. Now, I've got in trouble for this once before, so please don't take me literally, but I think there is a judgment day at the end of all of this. And it was a Catholic minister who took me to task on this one, because I said I believed that there was a judgment day, and he had a right old go at me. But I still hold it. I think there at the end of this life, you walk into this massive room and there's a huge mirror, and you get to ask the question, how did I do? How did I get on? Well, if you spent nearly all your life forecasting into a future that was a figment of your imagination, or into a past that was just your perception of events, and never actually experiencing the only moment you were given, I think you might have wasted your lives. So that sentence, that silly little sentence, you only live now, that's why it's so important. That's why it's so powerful. Turn up for your lives. Live them. Experience that present moment. Everything you do, be there. Not forecasting off into a future that's out of your control. Your mind just taking you away there. When you make a cup of tea, pour in the water, watch the colour change, smell the aromas, stir the tea, taste it, not just the first taste, and then when you've finished it, wonder, where the hell did that cup of tea go? Try tasting it, the flavours of it. When you're doing routine, mundane activities like brushing your teeth, rather than letting the brain go off ahead and do all this stuff for you, actually pay attention to the taste of the toothpaste, the water, the sensations, the smells, the 5 senses that you can use, that you can tie in, and be aware of them. I mean, even I would hazard, you try it when you're making love, it's amazing. Actually try being there, instead of like forecasting after what you're doing in the shopping or what's going on afterwards. So what I'm saying is you've got this phenomenal 5 senses that you can tie into. And if you tie into them and are aware of the mind, you can bring them to bear and you'll be amazed at what you can achieve. And when you start doing that, you'll realize if and when you're making choices in your life that aren't particularly helpful for you, instead of letting the mind take you away, it ties you into the real you. So like I said, it's a really, like, the sentence itself seems like a really silly sentence, but it is just a hugely important sentence to consider. And mindfulness enables us to do that. Mindfulness enables us to come into the present moment by noticing when our mind is taking us away somewhere else, by noticing where it's taken us, and then exercising the one thing that we've got, choice. If you don't pay attention to that thought, the world doesn't end. Another one will replace it. And another one, and another one, and another one. Those 60,000 thoughts. The only things that give those thoughts any power is your attention. So choose wisely. We're not fighting our minds. We're not repressing anything. We're not trying to push stuff down. We're noticing our minds and watching its repetitive actions. Of the 90% of those thoughts, Harvard University claim that 90% of them are the same thoughts as the day before, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before, and they're on a massive carousel just constantly spinning around. The only thing that makes a change in your day is the ones you shine a light through, the ones you pay attention to. So choose wisely. And bring your mind to bear under your control. And then, like I say, you'll be amazed at what you can achieve. I mean, stress is a big issue. I'm just going to touch on this briefly. Stress is a big issue that people suffer from. And people talk about managing stress. I mean, why would you want to manage stress? But people talk about managing it. Best thing to do with stress is to view it as an ironing pile. That's the way I view it. So, take off the top item from your ironing pile, put it on the ironing board. Did you see how big my ironing pile was, by the way? It's right up here. So you take off a shirt, you start ironing one arm, and then you take off a pair of trousers, and you start on a leg, and then you take off underwear and start ironing your underwear. Just me with the underwear. Yeah. And then you take off a sock, definitely just me, and you put a crease down the front of it. What I'm trying to get at here, before long, you've got an ironing board full of unfinished clothes. You don't do that with your ironing. You do one thing at a time, and then you place it away. And then you do another one, and you place it away. And then you get this amazing thing called closure. Lovely American word, closure. And a sense of achievement, because you've done something, you can see it there. The principle of Zen. Do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. And do it with your whole being. And when you do that, you'll be amazed at the response of what you do. Multitasking. Biggest corporate lie ever sold. All it does is divide up your attention into salami slices. And then you end up with 10 things going on at once with 10% of your attention on each one. And the outcomes are only 10%ers. But if you can focus all your attention on one thing and do the best you can of that one thing and put your everything into it, you'll be incredibly surprised at what the outcome can be. So that neatly brings us to 5 minutes before the end. See, I saw you going to lift the hand thing up to tell me. So 5 minutes before the end. So this is where I'm going to stop talking for a bit and open up the floor for you to questions. So and if you want to disagree with anything I say, and I'm also really comfortable with that too. I'm very used to it, if I'm honest. So please, the floor is yours. Any questions? Yes.
So what is it the concept of the now being the only place you can live, and the future being a creative
Mm-hmm.
what does that mean for goal setting and envisaging where you're going to get to?
Yeah, that's
Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
that's a really good question and a common question that I get asked when I do this talk, and I probably need to factor it better into my talk. But although it's nice to get the question at the end, though. I did say that you own your mind, and you control your mind, and you can build with it, you can plan with it, you can create with it, you can imagine with it, you can do all sorts of wonderful things with it. The key is you own it. It doesn't own you. So when you bring your mind to bear to plan, as long as you're controlling it and it's not leading you off and distracting you on a tangent, you will plan amazingly. Visualization seems like an unusual bedfellow to come with mindfulness, but if you're using your mind to visualize and it's under your control, you can use it. I'm not talking about walking out your door every day and just going, where's the universe going to take me today? And just like skipping out into the sunlight and seeing where you end up. I'm not, and that's not to take the mickey, but what I mean is bring the mind under your control. Watch when it's distracting you. Watch when it's on an automatic thought, a miserable day. Oh, this is going to be terrible. That's going to be terrible. Acknowledge that's what it's doing. Let those thoughts go. Bring it under your focus and control. And then your planning will be incredible. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
No, seriously, I understand that, but we learn from sort of past experiences as well.
We do,
So
yes.
we do have to bring things to the front of our minds, something that have happened in the past.
Yeah, that's true. So very similar to that question there. Again, we're using our mind. So we're using our mind for our purposes. So we're allowing ourselves to plan, to create, to do what we need to based on things that we've already experienced. But we're not letting our mind tell us that person's doing this terrible thing to us. That I can't believe they would do that. I can't make us like go into a fight, flight or freeze when we don't need to. Because in that moment, we're perfectly safe. We're perfectly in control. What happens is we've got this thing called the amygdala in the brain, which is constantly scanning for threats. And it's been around since we were first created. And it's always on the lookout for threats. But we're not in a situation where we're likely to be threatened because of our position in society. But it's very difficult to turn that off. We don't want to repress it, because if we do, it can manifest itself into something else. So we just need to be aware of it and noticing when we're trying to be distracted, but using our past experiences to shape our current life. There's nothing wrong with that. But it is about controlling your mind, not letting your mind control you. That's the message. And using those really simple practices over and over and over again, those really simple can bring your mind to bear and create that space around you so you're not being constantly distracted on automatic thinking. Is that okay? Yeah, no worries. Yes.
I'm from the House of Cavalry, and we've had you over before to talk to us.
Uh-huh.
And I was just wondering, is there anything that we can sort of have in place, like almost like we have sports afternoon, where we have a lot of time to go away and enjoy ourselves? Is there any sort of future in the army of having a bit of time for mindfulness during the day?
Yeah, I wish. And that's my goal. That's why I do these talks. This is not all I do. So I do these talks, but I've also created an online 8-week mindfulness course that anyone can get access to. Be you civilian, be you military, be you civil servant, contractor, whatever you are. If you typed into Google British Army mindfulness course, you would find my 8-week course come up. And you can go on that, take it at your own pace, at your own time. It's an explainer of what mindfulness is, and then you can go through the course at your own pace. Okay, so that's available. I deliver Zoom courses to Defence, so I advertise it on Defence, and then on a Thursday, normally 11:30 till 12:30, I will run an 8-week course where I take people through. The strength of that is that we get to work as a group on Zoom, and people can reflect back on the practices that we've done and the homework that we've done, because it's like an hour of tuition and then 20 minutes of practice that you have to do as homework every night. And then you get to reflect back and everyone learns from each other. Then I deliver physical courses too. But my key one for bringing it into Defence in general is I'm trying to bring it into physical training via a thing called physical attention training. I want to teach our physical training instructors to bring mindfulness into physical training. And I've done 2 pilots down here, down at the Armour Centre. I've been running courses, 3 or 4 courses now, where I'm teaching physical training instructors. Firstly, they do the 8-week course, so they understand what they're teaching. I won't let anybody near it until they understand mindfulness. Once they understand mindfulness, then I teach them the techniques and they deliver it to their students. And it has an incredible effect on people. It's almost building it into the structure that's already there, and it just enhances the capability. It just makes us better human beings. Does that answer? But the challenge is getting somebody to endorse that, and that's where I've hit a brick wall. Army headquarters, well, many places I've gone and bumped into, and it's just trying to get somebody to go, okay, I'll do that. We'll do that. Let's invest in it and let's make it happen. So I'm sort of doing it from the bottom up at the moment. It will happen. I know it will. Thanks for the question. Any other questions? Then just leaves to me to say, what an audience you were, by the way. No, thank you ever so much. Thanks ever so much for your time and attention during that. And I hope it was of use to you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at the Tank Museum. Thanks ever so much. Thank you. And if anyone wants to chat, carry on.
This is for the feed, so hopefully I'm loud enough without it. Welcome back. Thank you for choosing this session. Just a quick reminder, if you choose this session but do want to see any of the others, they are all being streamed, so you haven't missed out. You can always go back and watch them. A brief introduction from me to say welcome and to introduce Ian Duffy. And
Thank you very much. Hello. So I'm here to talk about mental health and fitness and the link. I want to put it out there that I have no medical qualifications whatsoever. I'm just talking from a common sense and experience point of view. So my history, I was born into the army, Aldershot Military Hospital. I then followed my father around for 16 years, Hong Kong, Singapore, Germany, and the south of England, before joining the army myself at the age of 16. What a lovely young boy I was. I did 2 years apprentice college, became an aircraft technician and did that for 10 years. I then decided I didn't like helicopters as they were noisy, greasy things that you fixed and they came back broken and you fixed them again. So I decided to work with people and I became a military training instructor within the REME organisation. I did that for a further 10 years until the end of my 22, teaching recruits, lance corporals that wanted to be corporals, corporals that wanted to be sergeants, and sergeants who wanted to be artificers and beyond. Also teaching officers at stages, finishing as a company sergeant major at 9 field workshops in Borden. I was then absolutely terrified of leaving the army. There was nothing I wanted to do in Civvy Street. And the thought of working in an office absolutely terrified me because I'm not the most politically correct person you've ever met. And I'd been terrified on various courses that I'd done to acquaint me with the civilian life on how ridiculous it could be. So I knew that for a fact myself. I'd called someone fat in the army and I was taken to task because I shouldn't have called them fat, apparently. Okay? So that was a CO's interview. As a sergeant major, I thought this is going the wrong way and I just would not survive in Civvy Street. So I then went onto the long service list. On the long service list, you tend to do jobs that nobody else wants to do, but they want experience to do them. So I worked with the Intelligence Corps. I worked as a resettlement warrant officer, and I also worked on an Army cadet training team. I was a training warrant officer at HQ Land in Wilton for a year, but I finished with the cadet training team. I'd actually qualified as an assistant PTI in 1987. I remember it being 1987 because we spent one day of the course clearing up the leaves after the hurricane. You remember the hurricane? It took a lot of the trees down on Queen's Avenue in Aldershot. There I was sweeping. I was unusual because I actually did that course as a sergeant. It's normally lance corporals and corporals that do that course, but I did it as a sergeant. And then I took the unusual step of actually qualifying every 5 years thereafter, so I could keep being the person that set the pace on the force marches, on the CFTs. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not extra tall, and I found that when I had tall PTIs running the CFT, I could hardly keep up because my little legs were going like crazy. Okay, so I kept on qualifying, and then when I was looking at Civvy Street after 34 years service, I decided to do something that would enhance what I'd got in mind, which was a personal trainer's course. So I qualified as a personal trainer in 2011. I was leaving the army to run a multi-level marketing company, Herbalife, working with Herbalife, food, nutrition, so teaching people about food and nutrition and meal supplements. So that was, I was going to do, my personal training was going to help me help the clients that I already had through nutrition. I had no desire to work in a gym. I can't stand gyms. No offense to the boys from the PT Corps, but Adonis is standing in front of mirrors and doing all the business doesn't really turn me on. The loud music, everything else. I like to exercise outside. So I left the army to, I had the choice of either going to Scotland to live where my parents lived or to where my girlfriend lived in Bournemouth. And I looked at the weather conditions and thought, Bournemouth really does have it. So there we were, and I was running a boot camp on a Saturday morning to help support my clients. The relationship with the girlfriend went south. I had to move out. I consequently ended up having a stroke about 6 years ago. Now, we heard earlier from Mark and how he was left for 15 minutes before someone found him. Obviously, that has had a detrimental effect on his outcome. I was very lucky. I had someone with me at the time that immediately recognised it as a stroke. I was even more lucky because the fact was I was driving on the motorway at 70 miles an hour in the fast lane at night, and I went blind within 5 seconds. Okay, it hit very fast and very quick. So luckily, I didn't panic, she didn't panic, and we got to the side of the road, swapped seats, and we then went to Basingstoke Hospital, where the nurses and the doctors worked on me, and I believe saved my life. That is the reason I'm here, is because we got to the hospital quick and they worked on me. My recovery I put down to my own fitness and my nutrition. Within 3 days, I was out of the hospital. I was discharged on the Monday afternoon. This had happened on a Friday night. I was out with a little bit of double vision. My vision improved over the week. On the Friday, I cycled from Bournemouth to Poole for a business meeting. Probably shouldn't have done because I was still seeing double. I was just aiming for the side of the road. And then on the Saturday, I did park run around Poole Park with my son. He had to run on the inside of me because there's a lake there that you run around, and I still had double vision, and I was going to fall in the lake. So my recovery was exceptionally fast, okay, and I put that down to personal fitness and down to nutrition. It gave me one of those life-changing moments where you think, do I need to slow down? And I decided to stop doing so much business and do the things that I like doing. And the things I like doing is taking boot camps and having a laugh outside. So I upped the boot camp from 1 time a week to 5 times a week. So now we run boot camps on Bournemouth Beach 4 times a week. Mondays and Thursdays, 6 o'clock in the morning till 7, and in the evening 7 till 8. It's nothing too technical. It's just getting people together and having a laugh, okay? We take all comers. We take all ages, confused people, men and women, and in between. And we also take all fitness levels, but I can't deal with disability. That would be a step too far. So within my class, I could have somebody who's got 1 1/4 lungs left, and I could have someone that can do 6-minute miles. All right, so we have a mixed ability in the class. So what we do is I give different instructions to different people and beast them at different levels. Does that make sense? Okay, but a lot of the time what we do is we play games and we have fun. And I find that when we have fun, people work hard, but they don't realize they're working so hard. And they get to the end and they think, why am I knackered? We play silly games. Some of you may remember British Bulldog from school. Some of you may remember skipping with 1 long rope. Yeah, more the girls than the boys, but I must admit I did do it when I was a kid. We get people doing that, and that always provides a hell of a laugh. We get people doing stick in the mud. Has anybody played stick in the mud? Yeah? So we play all these games, and people are working hard, but they don't realize it. Leapfrog, that is hilarious when you do it in the sea. Because I don't think many people understand that when you do leapfrog, your feet are still in the water. So when you go to jump forward, your feet don't move forward, but your head does, and you go in. It's just about having a laugh. We get all types of people, and generally speaking, I call them broken wings, people that come from broken relationships, life traumas, people that have lost their jobs, people that have moved into the area recently, relationship breakups, bereavements, all those sort of people. And one thing that's common to most of those is they're lonely. And they don't feel good. So when we get them along, I have a few rules at my boot camp. And the rules are very, very simple. No bitching, moaning, or whining. Okay, so no BMWs. We don't allow people to complain because no one wants to hear your complaints. There is no negativity. Anybody that's negative over anything gets burpees for everybody. Okay, so we very quickly learn not to be negative. There's no talking when I'm talking. Because I've got so many different levels of ability, I have to explain different exercises to different people. And if someone's talking, then someone's not hearing. So outside of, we do it tongue-in-cheek, but outside of those, burpees are awarded or whatever is awarded to the people, to the offenders. You have to keep moving your feet once we start, so no sitting down or leaning against walls, and you have to smile and have fun. All right, we do a lot of partner exercises because I find that there are so many lonely people out there that everybody's frightened to talk to each other these days. Have you noticed people that go out for a run have their earphones in, people riding bikes have their earphones in, people going to gyms, you can't hear what anybody's saying. When people go to classes, they go to the class, they do the class within 2 seconds. At the end of it, they're gone because we've all got busy lives. So we don't. We make people work together, we work in teams, and we have games and fun. It's like being back in the school ground, but people start making friends. And after a while, they're not coming to exercise. What they're doing is they're coming to see their friends. And incidentally, we run around a bit as well. But we do run around quite a lot. We're out in all weathers. Everything is done outside. There's no such thing as bad weather. According to Billy Connolly, there's just the wrong clothing. So if it's raining, we wear more clothes. If it's cold, we wear more clothes. If it's nighttime, we carry torches. Okay? So we just get on with it and deal with it. What else do we do? There's a partner exercise that we do. I think in the army I used to know it as Chinese boxing, where one person, well, each of you stands opposite each other, facing each other, and you have your right hand open. With your left hand, you're gripping the wrist of your partner who has got his right hand open. And then when I say kill, you have to try and hit each other around the head. And that sounds quite savage, but actually no one ever really gets hit. But the giggling that goes on, the ice is immediately broken. And you have to talk to somebody. And we find that at the start of a session will get new people involved, and they've got a partner then to work with. With that working with partners, it brings them into the fold. Afterwards, we always, on a morning session, we'll have a cup of tea on the beach and just put the world to rights. That's the time to have a chat and to really get to know each other. On a Thursday night, I'm looking forward to it tonight, we actually go to the pub afterwards. And some of us will have a drink, whether it's water or beer, it doesn't really matter. It's just going and being part of something and being part of a community. And it's that community that brings people back again and again and again. And we start to see people opening up, because people are very closed when they first come to us. But they start opening up and you start finding out more about people. And that's what it's about. It's about people and developing people. And it's the physical exercise, it's the being outdoors, and it's the community. We also put on other social events, and we have even gone to a classical concert before. Who would have ever thought me going to a classical concert? It was very good. We've been to, we've put on other events. We've done paintballing, we've done laser quest, we've done kayaking out to Harry's Rocks, we've done paddleboarding, all different skills and different events, mainly using equipment from a hire company. I don't organise it necessarily. I just say we're all going to go here and we're going to do this, and it's going to cost you this if you want to come along. I don't get involved in the money. They get involved in the money. They hire the equipment. Okay, but it's being together, and that togetherness actually helps bring people out of themselves. We have also got mountain biking on the agenda sometimes. We'll go out mountain biking. Part of my resettlement, I did a mountain bike leaders course. Again, nothing technical. We just go out into Wareham Forest or onto not Camden Heath, that's in London, isn't it? Camford Heath. There we are. So we go out on Camford Heath, and I'll go through some very, very basic mountain bike techniques and just get people out riding in the fresh air, learning some new skills, making new friends. Okay. We'll be doing that this Saturday after the boot camp. We do a Saturday morning boot camp. Does anybody know where the Parkstone viewpoint is? The end of Ashley Road in Poole. It's on the top of the hill. All right. Beautiful view. That's where we meet, 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. And people, again, it can be a different crew, because some people come to the beach in the morning, some people come in the evenings, some people only come at weekends. Doesn't really matter. Whenever you can, whenever it's flexible. People think I make, I do this for money. I don't. I did it for my own sanity. Okay, after my stroke, I went to a very dark place. I was feeling quite cheesed off with myself. I wouldn't get out of bed for 3 days, but I had to get out of bed to go and do the boot camps because I'd said I was going to be there. And I had to put on a smile because no one was allowed to be negative. And within 5 minutes of acting happy, I was happy. So I personally have experienced that lift that it gives you. We have got various success stories. I was going to name them, but because this is now going out on YouTube, I can't. But we had one chap come along who was not the most robust individual in the world. In fact, Kenneth Williams is a very accurate, likely sort of comparison. But when I asked him to run one morning, he said, "Oh, I've got pains in my chest." Well, he kind of said, "Oh, I think I've got pains in my chest." And he said, "You need to go and get checked out." He went to see the doctor, and the doctor actually said, "If you hadn't have pushed yourself, you wouldn't have known, and you are building up for a huge heart attack." And it was probably going to be fatal. So he phoned me up about a month later, very emotional, and said, "I wouldn't be here." So thank you. We have had a youngster who was quite overweight, who wanted to go and join the Navy. He came, lost 3 stone over a period of time, got his fitness levels up, so that was one thing he didn't have to worry about when he went to do his recruit training. He's now successfully passed his trade training, his recruit training and trade training in the Navy. Questionable why he'd want to join the Navy, but there we go. Who else? We've had various couples get together because they met at boot camp. I'm one of those. I met my current partner there, and we've moved in together and bought a house together, which has done marvellous because she was fresh out of a divorce and not in a good place. I wasn't in a good place. We met, and marvellous. We've now bought an apartment together and intend to spend the rest of our lives together, which is marvellous. Okay, we've had a baby. I feel like Cilla Black sometimes. Do I need to buy a hat? All right, but it's just getting people together and putting like-minded people in the same place, which will allow things to naturally grow. On Sundays, we join up with another organisation that I've been part of for about 20 years, and that's Hash House Harriers. Has anybody heard of the Hash House Harriers? They're a bunch of lunatics, normally civilian, and they meet on a given day of the week. They will normally meet in a car park, and we will there will be someone who's called the Hare who has laid a trail on the ground. It's a bit like an old-fashioned paper chase. And basically, someone will lay a trail on the ground, and it's up to the runners to go and find the trail. So you will run along. There'll be blobs of flour or sawdust on the ground. So you run along, the faster runners chasing the flour. They will shout on as they go, so the slower ones know which way to go. What happens is when they get to a junction of paths, there'll be a circle on the ground of flour or sawdust, and that's called a check, because what happens now is the trail could go anywhere. So the faster runners go down the various options, and they're looking for the trail, but the slower runners are gradually catching up. They get to the check, and then they stand and have a chat. One of the fast runners will now call to say to say they found the trail. Everybody goes that way. The fast runners that have gone the wrong way now have to run extra because they have to come back to the check and then go on the right path. So this is an excellent way of keeping a group of people who are of different levels of ability out in the countryside having fun in the weather. All right. We do that for about an hour. Generally speaking, I've managed to shorten the trails now to about 4 miles. So the slower runners run stop, start, about 4 miles. We have a walking group that do a slightly shorter trail of about 3 miles. The faster runners can run anything up to 8 miles, depending on the deviousness of the hare, to making them go down false trails and come back and all that sort of stuff. So everybody gets a workout for their own level of ability. People get a good chat, and when we finish, we all stand in a circle, and anybody that said anything stupid or done anything stupid gets pulled into the centre of the circle. We take the mick, and we have a drink, and we have a laugh. Then we go to the pub, have a few more drinks, and a few more laughs. Okay, but that, again, is another group of people, exercise, healing people. Certainly, the Hash House Harriers healed me. I was married for 16 years. My marriage fell apart. I just moved jobs. I was in Aldershot. I went from a 4-bedroom house to a room that was 10 foot by 6 foot, and thinking, what do I do now? You've screwed up your life. What do you do now? Okay, I contacted, or luckily I'd started hashing the year before. I looked for a hashing group in Aldershot. I found one, and I never looked back, because I found my tribe. I found lunatics that liked to go running, liked drinking, liked socializing, liked the things I liked. And if you can associate with people like you, then the chances are you're going to fit in and feel part of something. So, what else? How can you find us? We have a Facebook group. Apparently now, if it isn't on Facebook, it doesn't happen. So we have a Facebook group. That's our group there. I do have some flyers with the link addresses. Okay, so if you know anybody that you think could benefit from coming along and joining us, that's the group, and we do 5 days a week. Now there's also something, not all of my clients look like the big guy 2 in from the right, just in case there's any people hoping to come and meet someone. All right, we're a whole different bunch of people. We're also on a thing called Meetup. Has anybody heard of Meetup? No? If you Google Meetup, all right, you can find groups of people who enjoy doing what you enjoy doing. So if you enjoy walking sausage dogs, there's a group that walks sausage dogs, okay? And it's a way of putting people in touch with their tribe. And I've used that because we started up. You can start one of any of these groups up. You can start. Mine costs about £16 a month to actually run, but I get 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 people a week coming to join through Meetup. All right, it's a social connection type of. It's not a dating site, and my bootcamp is not a dating site. But when people find their tribe, they start liking people. So how much does it cost when people come? I actually give the first session is completely free. If you come and enjoy it and want to be part of it, that's great. You can then pay either £3 a session, okay, or that's pay as you go, or what we do is you can pay £30 and have 15 sessions, so it puts it down to £2 a go. Now, I don't think I'm going to make myself rich on those, because I do it as a hobby. It's helped me, and I want to help other people. All right, I've got a reasonably good pension that covers my bills. All right, this covers my parking fines because I don't pay the parking. I'm not sure if I should say that, but it's extortionate. So it's cheaper to pay the fines when you get caught occasionally than to pay every time. So when people come along, become part of the tribe, find out how you can raise people. All right. If you know anybody that is in the Bournemouth area, then please send them along. I've got some flyers. If you'd like to take one, dish them out, okay? We don't have many veterans come along. And I don't understand, but I've had I think about three veterans that have come along, and none of them have suffered from PTSD that I'm aware of. But they do come along and they do join in and they've had fun, okay? And sometimes people are with us for years, sometimes they come along, they fix themselves, and then they go on to other interests, which is fine, all right? But I personally believe, and I think is it your cause motto, healthy in body, healthy in mind, all right? It gets the happy dolphins swimming around, and we all like to feel better. So, that is me. Has anybody got any questions? Has anybody got any suggestions for schoolyard games that I haven't mentioned? Not with Kenneth Williams. I'm not playing Kiss Chase in our... no. 40-40? I've not heard of that.
Oh, Google it. We played it all the time.
Oh, right.
One person, you have to run away, and then that one person turns around, you have to stop. And you run as far as you can in that period of time, and then as they turn backwards and forwards, you have to get back, run back to catch them.
Oh, I see. Right, I'll have a chat with you later. And yeah. We do play TIG. We play Leapfrog in various versions. Obviously, through COVID, we had to curtail everything. And what we did through COVID, in order to keep, because I'm fully aware that we had some people that were very much on their own. And obviously being alone for any period of time was not good for anybody. And in isolation, all the problems that were occurring were getting much worse. So we did 2 online versions a day throughout COVID. So I don't know how many that was, but that was a lot. But I would do a 7-minute session at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then I would do a 30-minute session in the evening. And that kept a lot of people ticking over. And because we were on Zoom, they could see each other, and it was like a bit of a lifeline. So that's me. If you found anything beneficial, then great. If you would like to hand some flyers to people so they can come and find us, I've got the link addresses, and I'd be more than happy to take on veterans. The flyers are... Of course you can. Yep. Yeah.
Hi everyone. Timing. Welcome to the third and final breakout session of the day. Thank you for choosing this one. Those who I recognise, I'll just say the same thing. If you do want to see any of the other sessions, just remember they are being streamed, so you haven't been missed out. Come on in, it's fine. Brief introduction from me to say just that, and then afterwards we're obviously back in the main room. All that's left to say is welcome Becky, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's such an honour to have an opportunity to be here today and to speak to you all. And I want to say a massive thank you to people like Rachel, who have been a great instigator in getting us to sign the Armed Forces Covenant. And so today we're promoting being part of that Armed Forces Covenant. And it's a great honour. We've loved working alongside the military. So thank you for that. So I wanted to, I'm going to be talking about some difficult subjects. So I just wanted to start by kind of saying I'm not going to be diving in depth. I've been asked to speak about some of the new aspects of suicide prevention, some of the new processes that have been brought out. So I want to kind of update some of you that are already working in this field. And then I'm going to talk about developing resilience. So my plan is to start talking about suicide, and then I'm going to move on to talking about developing resilience. And we're going to do all of that in half an hour. Not bad, eh? That's the plan. That's the plan. Some of you I've already spoken to this morning, so I'm really sorry if you have a tiny bit of a repeat here. So I'm Becky Wright, and my business is New Leaf Workplace Wellbeing. So hopefully you'll have come downstairs and seen our very bright stand. So I wanted to say really that every year more people die as a result of suicide than anything else. So just think about that for a moment. So worldwide, what we know is that suicide creates more deaths than any other illness or condition, or indeed war. However, do you think it's the most funded? No. And it's kind of interesting, isn't it, when you start to think like that? What is going on? What's happening here? So 1 in every 100 deaths is suicide related. And because I'm going to be talking about something a little bit difficult, I just want to remind folk in here to just take care of yourself while you're listening. If you want to step out, no one's going to judge you, okay? Just feel free to stand up and step out. That feels important to mention that. In the military, the rates of suicide are not high, I'm very pleased to say. So I got the figures for you because I thought some of you might be interested. So in the armed forces, it says that suicide remains still a very rare event. And it says that on average, less than 2 per month. But that's nothing to be complacent about. To me, that's too many. But it's about 2 a month. And every one of us in this room will know someone who has taken their own life. And that might be someone very close to you. So what I often think when I come to a talk like this is part of us sitting here is we're repairing something for that person. So hold them in mind, have them present, and you're here and hopefully you will prevent a suicide in the future. So that's a very positive thing to do. So I'm going to talk about this new guidance. So some of you will have heard of the World Health Organization. So they cover all aspects of health globally. A couple of months ago, they decided to release some new guidance. And the plan is that they want everyone to start to follow this new guidance, no matter what profession that you are in. And it's based on these 4 aspects. Limiting access to the means of suicide. I'm going to talk a bit about that in a minute. Interacting with the media. So they're trying to encourage responsible reporting via the media. And a lot of that work at the moment is being done with the Samaritans. So if any of you are putting out any messages or social media around rates of suicide, it's always useful to look at the Samaritans' guidance because they've literally written it to kind of help you work through it. We're going to look at the socio-emotional life skills. So that's very much about what are we going to do about the suicide rates in young people and actually how can we work to prevent that more. And they're going to look at early identifications. That's really about how do we assess people, how do we pick people up in the system to make sure that we don't miss out on that vulnerability. Because I don't know about you, but I'm very good at masking how I am. I've become brilliant at it. You know, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, big smile. And I think we're all very good at that. But ask me 3 or 4 times and you might get a real answer. So often we just have to think about how we identify and how we look out for those signs. So I'm just going to talk about each of those few there. So limiting access. So what we know is that pesticides are estimated to account for 1/5 of suicides globally.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, pesticides. Pesticides account for 1/5 of all suicides globally. So if we think about, I mean, I live in the middle of Somerset, I live in the middle of farming community. Farmers have access to pesticides. They also have access to chemicals and chemical cupboards. They also have access to firearms. So we're looking at our access to lethal means, of which pesticides are one of those lethal means. So they're trying to think, how can we limit these accesses? Now, as you'll appreciate, that's a very difficult thing to do when people have a license to carry those arms in many ways, especially in the farming community. They won't disclose their mental ill health because their fear is that their firearms license will be taken away, or their access to the chemicals that they use in their dairy farm will be removed, and therefore their livelihoods will be removed. So this isn't something that can just be implemented. We're talking about a big global collaboration in order to start to think about how do we limit these means. Thinking about jump sites, you might have noticed on bridges the little signs up now saying about if you're feeling suicidal, you can call the Samaritans. But they're looking at how can we protect jump sites better so that they don't become a beacon when people are particularly unwell. So jump sites, lethal means, access to those lethal means, those are the things that are starting to be looked at under limiting access. They're also looking, so under the next one, interacting with the media, one of the biggest problems is that if somebody famous takes their own life, we have something called imitation suicide, which often happens. So if you think about a famous person that you've heard of who may have taken their own life, very often that triggers other people to do the same. Now here's your hero. I'm just thinking about the guy from The Prodigy, who Keith Flint. Thank you. We only saw him a few weeks before he took his own life. But when that information came out, I remember how much I listened to that and thought, "Oh my goodness, you know, that was someone that I saw on stage just a few weeks ago."
A very senior Marine officers just committed suicide.
Right. So you think about the ripple effect of that. Absolutely awful. So we have to be aware of this ripple, which is why we need to be responsible for how we report on these events. So working with the media, especially when it involves, like the gentleman here mentioned, you know, a very high profile case, we need to think about how that is disseminated so that it doesn't trigger further suicide. This is a tricky one, the third one. This is socio-emotional skills in adolescence. I don't personally work with young people, but my understanding is they're trying to look at in schools how can we develop more social skills for people so that they feel more able to access help. Young people have the most potent thing, which is an emotional intelligence. They have the ability to talk about how they feel to each other. Adults, we're not brilliant at that. Young people are actually very good at it. They're our mental health first aiders of the future, our young people, because they have that emotional sensitivity and that emotional ability to tune in, which I don't think you can train someone in. I think we just develop it as we get older. So they're looking at how do they assess young people, especially young people that are at greater risk. And if any of you have had young people trying to access mental health services, you'll know just how difficult that is. I can see a few people nodding there. So it's very difficult. We're very short of staff in the NHS, and they aren't getting the best service they could have, and I think everybody would kind of admit that. The final bit is about early identification. What they're looking at there is actually what are they doing within health systems to help stop people fall through the net. And a lot of the conversations I've had with some of you on the stand has been people that fall through the net. Groups of people that are not accessing services because either they don't believe they're unwell or they've tried and they've got nowhere, so they've just given up. So that's what they're trying to look at, is how can we make things more accessible for people. So this week, the Samaritans have released a new app for veterans. So the front says suicide prevention and peer support in the armed forces. So I've brought a whole load of these for you guys to take away today. So this is a new resource. The idea is that you would encourage someone to just scan it, to have it on their phone. When you open it up, and I'm sorry I couldn't do a particularly good screenshot of this, it divides into different sections. So it goes through things like the crisis and emergency support services. It goes through, you know, if you're not sleeping well, here's some videos you can watch to help you with sleep. It goes through things like some of those very practical supports in the community, family support and so on. I have to say, I'm not a fan of apps, but I thought this was very well done. I couldn't fault it. So download it, have a look at it yourself, and if you think it's good, I would encourage people to have it on their phone. And it kind of asks you how you are, which is kind of nice, you know. How are you? Oh, I'm fine today. So I press fine, and then I get a few kind of well-being tips for the day. It's kind of, that's quite good. So I think it's a goodie and well worth perhaps looking at for within your own organisations. So desktop, tablet, phone, you can download it onto all of those. What I'm going to teach you is a model that we teach on the mental health first aid 2-day course. I'm going to test Rachel's knowledge here. Current plan, C for current plan. Can you remember what current plan was? No. See, she really paid attention when she came on that course. Can you remember? No. Well, I'm obviously a crap teacher, I must say. 2 people that I pick on. I'll open it to the wider audience anyway. So when we look at this is an acronym which we teach people, and it's so simple, I thought it would be really helpful to do it here with you guys. So when someone is suicidal and they approach us, something in us often shuts down, and all our intelligence sort of goes out the window, and we become almost frozen quite often. We think, I'm just so shocked that they've said that often we can't find the words to say anything. So this is a quick way of remembering what to say. You always ask them about their current plan. Now that might not sit comfortably with some of you, but you say to them, can you tell me, do you have a current plan around suicide? And the training is very direct. It's not about mincing your words. If you feel you want to say, I'm sorry to have to ask you, but still ask that as a direct question. All the research says that asking about suicide, talking about suicide, will not make someone more suicidal. And you just need to remember that. So you ask the question, do you have a current plan? So clock what they say. Next question, is there any other prior behaviour? Have they had suicidal thoughts before? Have they got family members who've just taken their own life? But we want to know if they've engaged in any self-harm, or what's that behaviour. So we're just asking them a bit about their behaviour. And the third one is resources. That is a double-edged question. Do they have the resources to carry this out? That's one part of it. But also, do they have support resources around them? Have they got family? Have they got friends that are looking out for them? Are they already accessing support? Would they like us to ring someone that they know of? So CPR, okay? Okay, so what were those 3 letters? And what was the C? Nice. And what about the P? You're a beautiful audience. What's the R? You're putting these 2 to shame. Resources. Yeah. Yeah, so what we're looking at there, do they have the resources to take their own life? So just thinking about where we live, in the middle of, fields, I would be thinking through, have they got the keys to their gun cupboard? Yeah, do they have guns? I'd be thinking through what resources does that person have. Sometimes I'll say to you, look, I'm not suicidal, but I've been driving around with a rope in the back of my car for weeks now. I'd just like to know it's there. That's useful to know, that someone has that in their car.
For us who live in the, well, not me personally, but live in the block.
Yeah.
If someone who lives on the top floor comes and says, I feel like I'm going to kill myself, and their resource is jumping out the window.
Yeah.
How do you take that away?
Okay, so what I would do in that situation, I want you to just think through those 3. So you've just said what their current plan is. What sort of questions could you ask them, do you think?
Why do you want to do that?
Okay, now the moment you get into your whys, you're entering a whole world there, and this is a crisis situation. So I personally wouldn't go down the why route, because then you're saying, well, why would you want to take your own life? Think about other people. Think about, they will have thought through all of that. So go down the very practical route, which is there anyone that we could call, maybe who could support you right now? Are you in touch with the crisis team? Do you mind me asking? Yeah, so I would just, because if you get into why, you get into a whole world, which isn't helpful in that moment. Yes, I want you to be very direct and very clear, because your sense of your own safety when you're present with someone who is feeling unsafe can have quite a potent effect on them. It can make them feel safer.
So on the back of that question,
Yeah.
when you're dealing with somebody in this crisis situation, to what extent do you empower them to be in charge of their own destiny, or to what extent, certainly in the military, do you start taking a degree of charge and saying, right, I'm taking you off the top floor, you're going to come and sleep in the guard room tonight because for your own benefit. Do you see my point? The question
I do.
who's in charge at that point?
Okay, so I can talk from a civilian perspective. So, for example, I wouldn't try and remove a knife off someone or a firearm off someone. I would call the police. So if it was in a situation where their own safety was at risk, I would look to contact those emergency services to intervene. But I would stay with them until those services arrived. So we can talk to someone, can't we? And one of the most powerful things you can do, and you might be surprised at this, is when someone's in a very dark place, if you said to them, could you help me with something? Something happens in our head when we turn something around. And suddenly you're asking them to help you. Well, what do you want help with? I was just wondering the other day. So distract. Get them to help you with something. Something you've just been wondering about. Yeah? Turn it around very quickly. And often that will pull them away from that dangerous place. So really simple technique, but works really well. Have I answered your question, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and we wouldn't call the civilian police in a military context, but we
Okay.
might call the guard commander or something like that. I was just
Right.
trying to determine, do we sort of take ownership of their thinking and their actions, or do we let them?
So my understanding is you guys would put someone to sort of lock them up for their own safety for a period of time if they were particularly vulnerable.
Recast it, but you would do
Yeah,
that if
okay. So you'd probably at that point call in the crisis team. So you would have your equivalent of like a crisis intervention team, and they would be called in to assess that person and their risk to themselves or others. Yeah, so that's my understanding of how it works within your system, but it could be slightly different.
So somebody in a military organisation might have a far quicker response service-wise than your ones. So I work with young people with mental health.
Okay.
Holding crisis team can be quite difficult at
It can be very challenging.
It sounds like they've almost got their own teams.
They have.
Not better, that's not fair. Quicker response.
You'll have a very different response, yes. Yeah. And yeah, don't get me on that one. because you and I could have a very interesting conversation. But yes, the crisis team can be difficult to get hold of, and they are overwhelmed with work. So within the military, you do have a very clear defined system, which seems to work really well. What I would say is maybe what you could do more of is some of that aftercare when they move on from being locked up for that brief period. Yeah, is that okay? Okay, so CPR, and you're going to remember that today, aren't you? And that will make me very happy. Okay, 10 minutes on resilience. I've just been nodded to. So, you guys have got some amazing resilience training, and it's come a long way. I'm going to get Alex to impersonate what it used to be like. Could you just do me a quick?
So I'm a big fan of YouTube, guys, and I love all the old like training kind of videos, and you can just, I tapped in, it's always a big mistake, I'm on my own, it's a Saturday night, I tap into YouTube, and it was, there was one called Shoot to Kill. If you tap in Shoot to Kill, World War II, up comes this wonderful training video, and it really is, so it's like, here's the Sergeant Major. The Sergeant Major is armed with a Thompson 45 submachine gun. Well done, Sergeant Major. Off we go. And it is really like that. And you think, no, they didn't reach that. It's like, today, chaps, we're going to look at how to use concentrated rifle fire to bring down a Stuka. Yeah, sure. Luckily for us, although that obviously had its place, but resilience today has come a long way. And what we're hoping is what Becky's been talking about. We'll show you some alternative ways to show resilience.
That's the plan.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's very good, Alex. Thank you. Good. I don't know why he's not speaking to me. So music. Probably why am I showing you this image? If you're into your power ballads, what am I showing you? Eye of the Tiger. Eye of the Tiger. Now, I'm not allowed to play music because we're being YouTube, but we did have a couple of tracks lined up which we thought would be our top key power ballads. But anything that we play can take us back to a place, and that place can take us to a stronger place in ourselves. So music to me is one of my top ones. So what I've done is I've looked at all of the resilience that the military currently deliver. You'll be very proud of me. That took me 4 days, okay? I've condensed it down, and so these are your top ones, okay? These are your top tips for resilience, and I've typed them out on a handout which you can have on your way out. So we need to find the ability to jump over trouble and recover easily. So there's such a lot of resources now about how can we recover, how can we stay well, how can we make ourselves feel stronger. We need to develop that where there's a will, there's a way attitude. And if you can do that, then that will help you deal with adversity. We need to see problems as opportunities. I've got my mother in my head going, yes, that's when I taught you. But as parents, we can often pass that on, can't we? We've got to look at things as an opportunity. We've got to look at our ability to see windows as opportunities, but also we've got to expand our comfort zone. Because if we live in a tiny world, we need to expand ourselves so that our comfort zone, we can deal with the bigger picture. We need to develop our ability to recover from traumatic. We need to get help, go around the stands, pick up leaflets, have conversations, get your toolkit of what you can use. And we have to have faith. We also need to be hopeful ourselves, because like if you and I spoke about CAM's mental health services, we wouldn't be hopeful, but we need to be hopeful because people will feed off your hopefulness as well. I thought this guy was very interesting. Anyone want to know who it is, even though you're sitting at the back? Why have I got him up here?
He used to live about 2 miles up.
He did live above 2 miles. And he said this beautiful quote. So T. Lawrence, dream your dreams with open eyes and make them come true. So part of this around resilience is us learning to come alongside our emotional state. Now in the military, you're taught to manage it, control it, put it there. What I want to show you is how to come alongside it, how to develop emotional resilience so that you literally learn, oh my goodness, there's my anger coming up. Oh my goodness, there's my fear coming up. So rather than learning to push it away, you learn how to communicate with it. You learn how to invite it in for tea. That's how I think about it. I'm going to hang out with it for a short while, and then I'm going to move on. So some of the training we do in New Leaf, and we do it as part of our mental health first aid training, is we teach our audience how to come alongside those feelings, how to process them and work with them, so that we're not pushing them away. Otherwise, they jump back, don't they? Anything you push away, at some point, you have a few pints, back it comes with a vengeance. So that's a certain technique. And I thought I would finish, as I've just been shown my last few minute poster, on this poster, which belongs to Alex, actually, because this was you.
I'm the guy with the beard in the middle, by the way.
Yeah. And we were talking about talking in the Sherman room, weren't we?
Yeah.
And you said there was something very significant about being in the Sherman tank room.
So, I'm sure, as many of you guys will know, the Sherman was one of the most prolific tanks of World War II, and it's rather appropriate simply because we at New Leaf would like to make mental resilience and mental well-being just as prolific, so in your own workplace.
So that's our plan. So thank you so much, guys, for listening to me today. I'm going to hang out for a little bit. Got lots of leaflets to give you on the way out, which my colleague at the back said that she would hand out for me. Any questions, please feel free, because I think we're the last speaker, aren't we? Yeah. So anything you want to ask, or if you need to go, go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was working in a powerhouse, was one thing somebody said, well, is what you're looking at in your sphere of influence?
Mm.
And you looked and you thought, well, no, actually I can't influence it at all. He said, well, it's not your problem. He said, you can cast that aside because you can't make any influence on it. You can't alter that situation. If there's a way that you can improve that situation by working over here and setting it into your sphere of influence, then yes, you can turn it into something you can deal with. But if it's outside of it, there's no way you can affect it. So really, it's not your problem anymore.
Ow. It's an interesting way of looking at things. I mean, that it kind of feeds into that, how much of, when we're in a difficult situation, how much can we control something, isn't it? So I can maybe control this much, but then I'll focus on that bit, and then I can control things. My worry about looking at it in the perspective that you said is that we will think, do you know what, I'm too tired for that right now, so I'll think, oh, you know, or, you know, I don't know if I can influence that, or that feels much bigger than I am. But we are quite amazing as individuals. And, you know, you will know this well through your model work. You know, you can say one thing to someone and it can have a profound effect on that person. And it may stay with them for years. And I've had this, people have come up to me and say, do you remember, Becky, you said such and such to me? I've never forgotten that. So I think we can influence. I just don't think we should take over situations. I think we need to encourage that person and their resources and tap into that and say, well, you stopped doing that. You used to love doing that. Let's talk about doing a bit more of that, rather than, now, I've got my list of 10 things you can do to make yourself feel better. And you're like, I don't want to hear that. You know, but I think if we can find out for that person what's right for them and encourage that and support that, then you will see people moving forwards.
The thing that I really meant with it was is that you will see people who are worrying about something. There's nothing they can do to affect that.
Right, so as a kind of observer, yeah.
Really, you have to look at what you can make an effect when you're in a
Yeah.
troublesome situation.
I think when you're in a dark place, you need to be, and it was kind of the question you were asking, you know, when we're in a dark place, we don't want to feel overwhelmed. So it might just be a small bit that we can manage in that situation, yeah.
You come back to something that you can make better,
Yeah,
make that better, and then make the next thing better.
yeah, definitely. Those kind of small steps I agree with. But never feel that you can't influence something, will you? Because all of you here will influence something.
I do find when you help someone else, like just in general, like help people through tough times and whatnot, that's helping yourself out. At the same
Yeah.
time. And I find that's quite good advice to give someone who's feeling quite bad. Is look for people who are feeling bad around you as well, and see if you can help them help you. Sort of like a
And that's how it needs to be. We should move from this system where we have the powerless and the powerful person with all the knowledge and all the answers, and the powerless person, to an experience where we're actually very equal, because I might be the answer to your problems, but you might be the answer to mine. And if I can help get you into a conversation where we feel equal, then actually something quite really interesting can happen, much more than the power and the powerless. Yeah, good. I like your thinking.
After my military career, I went to work on the railways in London and Network Rail embarked on an association with the Samaritans to try and prevent suicide on the railways. And one of the interesting things in this 2-day workshop was when railway staff are looking out for terrorists, on people who are going to make a mess, quite often the first thing you would say to them is literally just go up and say, hello. You don't know they're a terrorist, but also, interestingly, it could be the first IA immediate action for somebody who's potentially going to jump off a platform. You just go across, you have no idea what to say, but that simple word, hello, can challenge somebody who's in a suicidal mode or potentially a potential terrorist or something. That was a school of thought back then in 2012, I suppose it was.
And it's kind of hello and give your name. And ask them what their name is, because I think the moment we give our name, it's like paramedics. People will relax quite often when you do that, and there's an immediate connection, isn't there?
Sorry, I've got a question.
Not a difficult one, I hope.
No, it's not difficult. No.
Go on.
Your point there about social media and our responsibility. So obviously, following obviously the withdrawal from Afghanistan, there has been quite a lot of veteran deaths and suicides recently. How can we, on our social media pages and, in our organisations, try to stem, as you're saying, the duplication of somebody taking their own life, and trying to highlight positive things to share rather than, we can't reach out to everybody, we can't be there all the time, but how can we detract from them duplicating something that's maybe happened that's traumatic and try and not pull them away, but focus their attention on something else? I think we have a responsibility, especially within the military community that we're in, and in civic community, to try and possibly divert some of that to a more positive, post on social media or something.
It's all the reasons why I like to avoid Mental Health Awareness Day, which is Sunday, because if you start to read the social media posts now, they couldn't be more negative. And they'll tell you all the awful things that are happening and all the terrible stats and everything. And it almost feeds that negativity. But also, we can't do the opposite. We can't go straight to the other extreme, can we? But I think what we can do is we can do something quite interesting at the moment. Your personal story, if you told that in a way that brings people some hope, is a very powerful thing. Your personal story, when you're talking about that help. If we share some of these stories and we talk about how we've got to become well, some of the steps that we took, people will listen far more to that than anything else. And if you frame it in a hopeful way, then you will inspire other people to do your journey. And that's why I love talking to the model guy over there about, what you guys were doing, because you're facilitating spaces where people can share their story. And if you do that in a constructive way, you can do no more. That's probably one of the best things. And talk about, some of the signposts, some of the things that have been helpful, demystify therapy for people. Oh yeah, I had my first session, didn't like that therapist, went and got another one. They were nicer. Talk about not just the fact that you didn't like them, but the fact that you found someone else. I think those are the things we can do, and they will pull people along that journey into a better place, rather than just talking about all the negative stats. Yeah, so hopefully that gives you a few ideas. Yeah. Love you to come and talk on one of our courses, Richard. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Just normalise it. Yeah, I do this every day. Normalise it. Yeah.
What did you used to do, by the way, before you were running New Leaf?
New Leaf Life Design. So I was a Buddhist nun for 5 years. I was a Buddhist nun in a monastery just outside of Honiton. I was really bad at it, by the way. They literally asked me to leave. Far more interested in monks than monastic life. Sorry, Alex, don't listen to any of this. And I was asked to leave politely, and I was given a job in Shepton Prison. I took over the Ajans job in Shepton Prison, and I became the meditation teacher for Shepton Mallet Prison. And I did that for 7 years, and I found myself very, very good at anger management. I was just good at it. So I thought, wow, great, I'm good at something, thank goodness. So I literally just worked my way up and did all my psychotherapy training alongside. So I did psychotherapy, I did drug and alcohol. I spoke to a couple of drug and alcohol workers. And I worked in the prison. I did 3 jobs for many years, and then gradually built New Leaf up. So started with me, then my caseload became like 40 odd people. Then I took on 2 more therapists, and I took on 12 therapists, and they started to work with me. And now we are counselling, training, mental health. You know, we kind of do that whole thing, but for businesses. So we're business to business as a business. Yeah. So quite a. Yeah, trained as a dietary therapist as well. So I'm interested in food, and I missed the talk on food, but I think food is the future of mental health. And I think in the next few years, so a lot of the research that's coming out is all about what we eat. So I think if we can start to think about that when we give talks, encourage people to eat certain things that will increase the serotonin levels in the brain, that's quite exciting research. And some of the research around LSD is quite interesting as well, and the use of that in the treatment of mental health and depression. And I think we need to pay attention to that as well. It's very interesting. If I was still I've retired now, but if I was still a counsellor, I would definitely get into some of that work. I think it's very interesting. Well, thank you, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend time with you. And we'll still be down on the stand. We're going to be down on the stand till 4-ish, aren't we? Then we'll pack up. So come down and see us. We're in front of the tank called the Panther Tank. So come and find us down there.
Especially if you're a Buddhist monk, come down.
Yes. Thank you, Alex, for that. Don't ever bring your other half on talks. It's really messy. So we've got some stuff to hand out if you want to help yourself. And shall I give you some Padre, I can't remember first name, Matt. Shall I give you some?